Good morning, good afternoon, 44 Training Room. Hi, team. Good morning, everyone. Hope you are feeling okay for this trading day again, starting with a surprising small red after a huge green Monday. And as I promised you yesterday, with the TEFS promotions and especially with the Christmas sale on, you can see the evidence. So the Christmas sale is completely on at the moment. We just started the Christmas promotion. So the ones who were waiting for the Christmas promotion TEFS packages, then you can just find it here. Here it is, actually the link. I'm just going to copy paste it in the chat. So please, if you have any questions, any info you want to know about it, please just let me know. It is valid even for the upgrades. So not just for the new packages, but even for the upgrades is completely valid with 20% off, by the way, on the packages in the maximum 25% to start the 2025 stylish with a 25% off package. So this is the new thing on the theft side, and let's see what is the news on the market side. Hi, Victor. Nice to see you. Because if you just check the SPY and the triple Q, especially the triple Q again, it's not a big news that we just seen a new all-time high on the triple Q yesterday. Also, I must tell you, traders, it seems like, not just for me, because I just seen some actually analysts and articles in the financial media, that seems like that in the tech sector, it's a quite of a mixed picture, which comes from a rotation. So seems like that investors, traders are rotating from, like, let's call it NVDA, to other stocks, like you have seen MU yesterday, you have seen Marvel and the others just going up like crazy, not even mentioning AVG or Broadcom, which just made a huge run again. So indeed, it seems like that the triple Q is still on a quite of a very strong move to the upside. At least it looked like yesterday. Today it's a small pullback, but not every participant of the giant technological stocks participating or included in that rally, because actually traders NVDA just got in a correction territory yesterday. So NVDA was down more than 1.5%. Today, again, is even lower with 1.82%. And as I've seen, it just broke the 130, quite of a strong support level here. So traders, let's just be careful with that NASDAQ thing, because if I just go back to the NASDAQ, hi Lee, good morning to you. And you can see that this is like a fully green line, very steep, very big run, and doesn't seem like it wants to stop at all. So as I've told you today, it's in a small pullback already, 0.20%. SPY 2, so the SPY is getting lower as well. Also, again, I see some tech stocks which are still fighting to the green, like Google, for example. SMCI, after a very ugly red day, it's just coming back to the green. And not mentioning Tesla, which I know it does not include the triple Q, but the SPY. But the Tesla is up again 2.32% trader. So it seems like this Santa Claus rally is just making a big kick off this year, and seems like it doesn't want to stop at all. At least the triple Q, definitely not. On the other hand, though, the Dow Jones, it's down. Guys, this is going to be the 9th straight session to the red side, and it doesn't stop to the downside. So as I've told you, quite of a mixed picture on the market, or among the big indices like SPY, triple Q, and the Dow Jones. So let's just be careful. Also, I feel like, as I've told you in the guidance room as well, to the guidance room traders yesterday, I feel like that the market is pricing in tomorrow's rate cut. As you know, tomorrow is going to be a big day for the market again. Wednesday, Fed day, with the interest rate cut decision, which is going to be, I mean, 95% are the odds at the moment, indeed, based on the analytics. And after that, at 2:30, because p.m. It's going to be tomorrow. The interest rate cut decision. After that, at 2:30, the FOMC press conference, which is going to be even if not more important than the actual cut of the rates. But before that, today, Tuesday, we will see some economic news as well, and I'm just going to tell you which ones are in the pipeline. Released already the core retail sales, which was worse than expected, the core retail sales monthly. The retail sales monthly, though, it was a bit higher than expected, so quite of a mixed news at the moment. Later on, 9:15, just 15 minutes before the market opens, industrial production and capacity utilization rate, and later, even in the day at 10 o'clock, business inventories and NAHB housing market index going to be released. After that, nothing. So that's it for today. It's quiet off. I would say it's a busy day on the economic front, but not particularly very important news. I would say the core retail sales is the most important, has the biggest impact at the moment. Hi, Lionel. Good morning to you. All right. What else on the news front? Well, as I've just told you, everyone is just standing here and staring at the market, at what is going on. Like the Dow Jones Index is red, the QQQ is just making new all-time high. Even among the big technological stocks, half of them going lower, the other half higher. So quite of a huge rotation started towards the end of the year. Let's see the headlines though. Retail sales topped estimates the monthly, but the core retail sales missed. The holidays are off to a jolly start. That's for sure. SolarEdge stock is jumping after Goldman double upgraded. The solar can shine again in 2025. So let's just keep our eyes on the 10 stocks traders like SCDG, SolarEdge, ENPH, FSLR, CSIQ, and Run, which I really like. I mean the Sunrun. This can be a good one too. NVIDIA in the news, as I mentioned you before, that the stock is just in a correction now, and Microsoft CEO just said something even more worrying about the which is impacting NVIDIA. I have not read this complete article yet. I'm going to do it for sure. Blue chip though on track to run losing streak to 9 sessions. As I mentioned you, it's longest since 1978. So there is definitely a big rotation now among the big names traders, as I mentioned you, not just in the tech sector, but as you can see, quite of everywhere. Tesla, it's higher and seems like it doesn't want to stop indeed. What else? Yeah, trade war is getting a little bit more concerned here. China is feeding a tech-based trade war ahead of 2025 with its monopoly on rare metals, which is germanium and gallium traders, by the way. They just banned some exports and so on. So it's very interesting things are coming, I think, next year on this front of, I mean, the US and China trade war, not mentioning this. Trump is going to go back with full force, right? So interesting 2025 start. It's here soon for sure. What else in the international news? I did not check the rest of the stock exchanges yet, so let's just do it quickly. Of course, the Bitcoin is on a new all-time high. Yeah, I should not even mention. By the way, based on a quite of a good analysis, which I just read in the morning, one of the analysts just expecting not just him but more of them. But the next quite of resistance, which or wall for the Bitcoin, which is going to be reached, it's around 115,000. Why? There were a lot of nice analysts on analysis on that. If you are interested, just go to the newsletter, subscribe to the TEFS newsletter, which I'm writing every day, and you can just read the fresh news every morning. Okay, Asia is down again, second red day on the Hang Seng and on the Nikkei as well, and Europe it's quite mixed, but rather to the red side. So seems like only the QQQ and the SPY is holding this really strong move still to the upside. On the big movers, we have some, again, to start the day with. On the earnings side, again, not a particular big stocks at all to mention. Only Wednesday after market close, MU is coming, so MU Micron is still going to be on my watch list. But we have NVIDIA, Broadcom, of course, again, Pfizer, Solar Edge, as I just mentioned you, Tesla again, Hims and Hers Health, which is quite of a good mover, Albertsons, and EPAM System. So let's just start with Pfizer. And please, hi Jennifer, good morning to you. If you have any questions or you have any great candidates on your site, please just let me know in the chat. I'm just going to start with Pfizer. The Pfizer, let's see what is the news on the drug maker. It's just climbed more than 2% in pre-market trading after the company released 2025 forecast that met Wall Street expectations. They said it expects revenue of 61 million and 64 million next year, and the estimate it was 63, so it's quite of a good news for the Pfizer. My little problem with Pfizer, also I love the daily, it looks like it's a perfect bottom reversal here actually, but it's not a particularly big mover. I must tell you traders that we don't have too many big movers, so let's just call this Pfizer to the long side, but don't wait several dollars on the move. But however, hopefully it's going to be a nice technical setup on the stock. So the first long candidate is Pfizer on good news. Here comes Red Cat RCAT, which is a stock under $10 now. The drone stock tumbled more than 14% after posting a loss of 18 cents per share for the fiscal second quarter, wider than the 11-cent loss seen in the same period. So seems like this is a very ugly news for the RCAT. Let's just check the pre-market volume because I'm afraid that, oh no, it's a looks like it's a pump and dump stocks. I know some of you like this type of stocks. That's why I'm going to move it, but just only to the secondary list. Quite a wide mover, as you can see, high pre-market volume, but definitely it looks for me like a pump and dump, so be careful with that one. Now let's see why AVGO and NVIDIA in the news again. So NVIDIA and AVGO, Broadcom, the two chip stocks have seen diverging performance in recent sessions. As I just told you, it's quite of a rotation. In pre-market trading, NVIDIA shares slid 2% a day after they just entered, or it entered into a correction territory. But the Broadcom, on the other hand, was slightly lower. The stock has rallied more than 45% over the past week. On Thursday, Broadcom released an upbeat forecast as revenue from its AI business grows. So at the moment, AVGO, it's pulling back a little bit as well, finally, with the NVIDIA. I think these two huge green days, as I mentioned you yesterday as well, it was just awesome, so unbelievable. Also, I think some profit taking is just going to take place maybe today. So both NVIDIA and AVGO, I'm going to put it to the short side. Also, especially with AVGO, I'm going to be extremely cautious because, as you know, it's still very strong. Yes, Lionel. BTDR, just checking now. BTDR, Bitdeer Technologies Group. Let me just check it. Nice. This looks like as a pumper. It's up 5%, not a bad pre-market volume. You know what? Let's see how much it can still stretch. Looks like as an interesting one, but only to my secondary list. Thank you for the stock. It looks really good actually for continuation. I don't know what is the story behind, but I'm sure some really good news ahead. Okay, Solar Edge Technologies, as I mentioned you, the 10 stocks are going to be in the spotlight maybe for 2025. As the article told, one thing is for sure, guys, almost all of the 10 stocks, like solar stocks, are completely beaten down, like to the ground. And if this is a quite of a shine for them, a sunshine, if we call it like that, then this can be the first sign that the bottom is hit. Also, I'm going to be careful with days, as you know. every news about the climate change and renewable energy and everything like that, it can just impact their stock. But there is no doubt that all of them are quite extended to the downside. So let's just get SCDG to our long list. And if SCDG is going higher on that great news and it impacts the sector itself as well, I'm going to watch ENPH, FSLR. ENPH is not that much to the upside. Let's see FSLR. And after that, my ultimate favorite, which is RUN. FSLR is not that good yet, but they are going to be on my list. RUN, though, it's good. Sunrun, look at that, 1.30% to the upside. Nice. So SCDG and RUN is going to be on my list from the 10 stocks. Okay, Tesla is here. As I mentioned, you another 2%. Yesterday it got a price target hike. Today it got an upgrade to outperform from neutral at Mizuho. By the way, and the investment firm said that Tesla should benefit from expected regulatory changes under the Trump administration, including around autonomous driving. So that's why it seems like Tesla, as just like the triple Q, just cannot stop going higher. That's just insane. But guys, this is stretching to 500. Seems like it just doesn't want to stand or stop before this 500 level. So Tesla is definitely on my long list for today. Hims and Hers, HIMS, 2.4% after Morgan Stanley initiated a coverage on the digital health stock with an overweight rating. This is quite of a good mover, despite of being not a pricey stock at all. So I'm going to put it on my long list as well, HIMS. And here it is, Albertson, Atom System, and Cognizant as well. ACI, Albertsons, 1.8% on an upgrade. Let's see how does it look like in the pre-market, especially on the pre-market volume 1.26. I love the daily, guys. This seems like a beautiful double bottom on the lows. ACI, it's on my long list for sure. And Atom System and Cognizant Technologies Solutions, the IT services stocks, each rose more than 1% on the back of an upgrade. So both of them got an upgrade by the Barclays, as I see. EPAM, let's just check it. EPAM, it's higher now, 1.50%. Beautiful, but I don't like the pre-market volume. I like the daily though as well, but unfortunately as the pre-market volume, and not just the pre-market volume, but the average daily volume is quite low. I'm afraid of that kind of stocks. Also, I'm going to put it to the secondary list if you like that kind of stocks. But for me, the volume is quite low. Let's see the other candidate here with the upgrade, which is CTSH. CTSH. I used to trade that stock, but nowadays it's just got to the low movers as well. That's why I'm just going to put it to the secondary list. Actually, no more candidates on my side for today. As I see, the short candidates list is completely the same as Scott's. So NVIDIA, AVGO, he put RCAT as well. I just put this stock to the secondary list. And don't forget, traders, we still have news just released 3 minutes ago. And 10 o'clock, we will get the not the industrial production, business inventories, as far as I remember, plus the housing index 2, yes, business inventories and NAHB, housing market index. So please be careful around 10 o'clock. Also, as I've told you, the market pricing in and waiting very much tomorrow's big day, which is a Fed day, interest rate cut decision, and plus the FOMC or the Fed press conference, which is coming with Powell tomorrow at 2 and 2:30. So be careful. Seems like this might still going to be just the same very strong bullish sentiment day. Also, as I've told you, not all of the stocks are participating in this bullish party or the bull party, and try to not catch into a bad trap or a bull trap, please. Hi, David. Good morning to you. And please don't forget, as I've told you, today it's the first day, the start of the Christmas sale promotion on the TEFs. Clifton, thank you. He just posted the link. And if you have any questions, I'm going to be here for you. As usual, I'm just moving to the guidance room to trade an hour. Yesterday, we had 4 winners in a row. I was very happy. Hopefully, I can just rinse and repeat it. So have a beautiful green morning, everyone, and see you tomorrow.
Good morning and welcome to the 44 Trading Room. Welcome to an exciting Tuesday, second day of the week here. Yesterday, profitable day. Today, going for day number 2 right here in the 44 Trading Room. Thank you to Aggie for teeing us up today. And all of you that do not live in the United States of America can take advantage of Aggie's offer here. Just follow the link that Clifton has here in the room or email Aggie directly and she'll set you up, take care of you, and get you taken care of here. Well, another great day today. Looking forward to trading with everybody. I have posted my watch list as well as Aggie and DVG. So we are ready to rock and roll today. The futures down this morning. We'll explain that a little bit. But things looking good this morning as we get through the day today. Now, what's going on? Well, we'll talk about the futures here and we'll start getting that dialed in with the Asia and the overnight session there. They were all down. Nikkei down, what is that, 93? Is that 90 or 60? Yeah, 93. Hong Kong Hang Seng down 95 and the Shanghai and China down 25. All three markets down in Asia. In Europe, a little bit of a mixed bag. German DAX down about 6 points. FTSE in UK down 81. And the CAC 40 in Paris is the only market that's up, and that's up about 13 points. One market up, 5 markets down, putting pressure on the U.S. futures this morning to the downside. It's exactly what we have. Dow futures down 185, S&P futures down 22.5, and the NASDAQ futures down 59.5 this morning. Dow futures looking at the Dow index looking for a 9-day losing streak, first since the 70s, 1970s. So that's really, really weird this morning to see the Dow go like that. But again, see how that happens today. There will be a buying soiree at some point in time as that Dow pulls back. Databricks in the news today announcing a $10 billion financing at a $62 billion evaluation. And the Fed meeting today starts today, likely to cut rates. They'll announce that tomorrow. We'll be here to take advantage of that and to look around and see what's going on. And that's really about it. In NVIDIA falling deeper into correction territory now, and Broadcom reversing earlier gains to tick lower, and that's the AVGO trade here. You see Tesla up again. We've got markets mixed, some up, some down. We'll take advantage of that as we get the day started here. And that's really about it. If you're in the oil patch this morning, oil's down about 86 cents, down below 70 again, 69.85 per barrel. And if you're in the gold patch, we're down another $22 here, 26.47 per troy ounce, looking to broach that 2,600 level. Silver's down about 1%, down 34.7 cents. Copper's down, platinum's down, palladium is down 2 to give you the scope of the market this morning. Okay, let's look at some stocks this morning. Get prepared for the day, but before we do that, let's say good morning to everybody here in the room and get you all settled in for the day. It should be a great trading day here. Victor, good morning to you. Lee, good morning. Lionel, good morning. Jennifer, good morning to you. DVG, what do you say? Good morning. Jonathan, good morning. David Orlando, good morning. Yep. And yep, Jonathan, for sure. Thank you for listing your picks. Jim, good morning to you. Great to have you here in the room. Let's talk about some stocks here this morning. Get my picks up here. I've already shown you the stocks that I like this morning. And then let's take a look at this market here this morning. Of course, I'm going to put Tesla up here right away. TSLA, that stock this morning over 472. And it's there right now. I'm sure this stock is going to pull back because the market's going to be down at the open. So we'll keep an eye on that this morning. Also, this PFE Pfizer this morning, not a big moving stock, but I like it over 25.90. PFE long over 25.90. Not a big moving stock. So probably a stock that if it pulls back a bunch, we could get into it on the opening pullback here. And then Sedge this morning, again, Sedge over 1450, SEDG. Long over 1450, we got a little ways to wait for that. And then on the downside, we're going to have to take that into accordance here. I guess the only one that I'm really concentrating on this morning would be AVGO. Okay, so I'll plug AVGO in here, AVGO. That'll be a short this morning under 244. And that stock is already below that, so we'll have to wait and see as we get going here. Okay, looks good by me, and we should be ready to rock and roll here this morning. Got about 25 we're about 5 minutes away from, okay, there we go, from getting dialed in this morning. Scratch my head, and we'll get DVG in here to take a look and give his comments on the day. And we'll be off to the races here today. I'm looking forward to trading with everybody today on this beautiful Tuesday. Let's have a great day today. Then we'll hopefully move that into a great day tomorrow. All right.
Scott, good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you perfect this morning. How are you?
Doing all right. Doing all right. Well, good morning, 44 Trading Nation. Hope everybody's doing amazing. I have some bad news in the semi space. We are heading down. So I'm going to keep an eye on NVIDIA at 128, 129, kind of in that area. We'll probably find some buyers here at the open. Keep an eye on 53661 on your Qs, and also keep an eye on 60461 on your SPY. So remember, we talked about that 60640 level yesterday. If we broke underneath that, you probably have some downside. Notice what happened pre-market or after hours, however you want to look at it. As soon as we broke that level, straight down. So 604.61 level to watch, all the way up to 606.40 if you're bullish today in these markets. 536.61 previous all-time high on the Qs. We're right there, like right now. Look, I think today we'll maybe see a little bit of a pullback. Obviously, we're seeing a little bit of selling. Where do we start seeing buyers, right? Let's note we are at all-time highs. So this is not a sign of weakness just yet. That said, I'll be keeping an eye on a new name, QUBT, right out of the gate. I actually bought some options on that yesterday, kind of in the afternoon, for a $14 call option. I'm just waiting to see what they're worth. I bought them for about 60 cents, and pretty wild. It's up at $14 now, so I'll probably clear that out, either keep the options or load up on the shares. So keep an eye on QUBT. It's a lower, smaller stock. I don't normally trade stocks this small, but could be a fun one this morning. Nail it for a lot bigger size. Obviously, Coinbase / MSTR, keep a very, very close eye on their behavior today. Michael Saylor now, I think it was 450,000 Bitcoin or something like that, some wild number that they own. So I'd say it's a pretty one-sided trade for them. And as they create offerings, naturally people are taking part of the coupon that he's offering for the ownership of Bitcoin. So again, I'm going to keep an eye on markets really to the downside. Frankly, today, I think I'd say 536.61 for the Qs to the upside, and then 533.17 to maybe find some footing would be the ideal downside play. If you see that happen, maybe we start picking up some stocks to the upside. Tesla obviously just blowing the top off. Where's the top? Who knows? I mean, at this point, we're now counter fibs even. So it could go a lot higher, 490 maybe. We'll see. That's kind of what I have at this point. I mean, I'm just kind of looking more broadly. That's I think good. We will see a pullback this morning, though.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, we're in pullback mode right now. You could tell AVGO just sucking it right now, right off the top, right off the bat here. But we'll watch this as we get going today, see if this CTSH gets any volume into it. Pfizer looks good this morning. I think that pullback is going to be healthy if you want to go long. Also watch it. Any type of move to the upside could be shorted here this morning. So, all right, here we go. Market is open. We're going to be down right at the get-go here. And no volume really in CTSH. Okay, watch PLTR here this morning. I'll make the announcement here, PLTR short. under 70. Oh, shoot. Okay. Waiting for 74. I'll post it here, and then we'll just follow it up. Okay.
I'm loading up some put options here on the Qs. Just sold out all my QUBT options for a healthy $2 gain. Unbelievable.
That's big.
AVAV just got rewarded a pretty decent contract. We were trading that yesterday. Watching AMD here at 124 and also NVIDIA at 129. Let's see what happens here.
I got AMD up here.
We got some put options here
Hey,
on
watch
the
us
Qs.
over this 74 on PLTR.
Looking for a push lower to, I don't know, let's call it the 534 range. Really want to see it try 533.17. It may not happen right out the gate, but AVGO pulling back pretty strong here.
Yeah.
Also watching Lily.
Watch PLTR
LLY.
over the 74 here. We'll short it all the way
Big
back
break on
through.
NVIDIA down. Getting ready to take a partial on these put options here for the Qs. Yep, just as I suspected, a little bounce here. Okay, watching NVIDIA and AMD right now. Looking for the Qs to really break down now. Like to see a 534 print, or I take a partial. Should get it here. And target's 533, so we'll take a partial in the 534 print and then let the rest run. Rules are rules. Pay yourself first. Watching NVIDIA here, watching AMD here, seeing if we see some follow through to the downside. AVGO obviously leading the charge here to the downside. Here comes the Qs. There we go. New session low. Now let's see it really break into the 534 print. Should be quick.
And I missed PLTR. That kills me there. That spike up to 74, I didn't get it. Now what do you do? So here's the question, right, DVG? You got a big gap up this morning. I mean, a big gap down this morning. You got stocks gapping down with that gap down. You go long off. Do you try to pick a bottom? Do you try to pick a level to go long? Or do you wait for I was trying to wait for PLTR to move up so I could short it. Was not able to do that. I just got to be patient here this morning.
Yeah, that's the name of the game today. I think, you know, for example, I'm using these put options here on the Qs, looking at shorting AVGO here. But I'm watching, where does AMD and NVIDIA bounce? You know, 128, 129, NVIDIA's big level, all the way up to 132. So could NVIDIA be worth buying here? Question mark. Could AMD be worth buying here? Question mark. So I think there's some opportunity, but trouble is when you see a beaten down name, it's hard to go against trend. Till you find support, till you find a bounce. I typically would stay away from, you know, the hero trades, we call them.
Yep.
You know, buying them off the
Make
bottom
or break
there.
trades.
But, yeah, yeah. there's definitely opportunity in names like that, but you run a risk of downside pressure. You're seeing Amazon sell. You're seeing Tesla pull back. In fact, I'm going to short Tesla here.
Yeah, and so many people just bottom fish and think it's going to snap right back up, and they're going to make a ton.
I do like AMD to the upside. I just don't know where I want to start buying that.
The market out of the gate right now, as we speak, we're down across the board. Dow's down over 200, 64 and a half, 63 and a quarter, 64 and a quarter on the Nasdaq. So let's keep an eye here. I like
Nvidia biting
PLTR
down to the
short.
downside.
Okay, 467.50 Tesla. Small share size here. Looking for that V bottom recovery that we get almost every day here. Watch it, Tesla.
They're going to short Meta here, 624.30.
465 now, Tesla.
Meta, 624.30.
Small share size add at 467.50. So watch the 465 now.
I'm going to probably go long AMD 124, very tight stop. Here comes Meta. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. No entry on AMD yet. I've got my put options on the Qs. I'm waiting for the Qs to get in that 534, maybe all the way down to 53317, which is the bottom end of that range. So we'll wait. Okay, Meta performing brilliantly. Let's see if we get a 620, maybe even a 620 break. I don't know. We'll see. No trade AMD, no trade. Watching the Qs here. See what it does at 535. It held before, but I think we get the break this time. There it comes. 3, 2, 1.
Traders 467. I'm going to add the full share size here on Tesla, 467. Hopefully this turns out to be a great trade.
Okay, let's see if we get it on AMD 124. Maybe we turn around. Maybe. Maybe this is your V bottom recovery, Scott.
Yep. Go, baby, go.
And let's do NVIDIA 127.90 on NVIDIA. All right, we're in NVIDIA, getting close on AMD. Waiting for AMD to turn up the volume here in a moment. Okay, probably getting out of these put options here on the Qs. Come on, AMD. We're in NVIDIA. Kidding, right? Let's see it turn around.
Tesla looking great. 467 full share size trade. We're going to be looking at 470 now on the top side here.
AMD might not be a trade for us today. Just totally fine. I'm going to add NVIDIA over 128.60. And then actually, I'm going to probably get an early entry. 123.84 on AMD. 123.84 is what I put it out there. Watching AVGO and NVIDIA bounce, not seeing that on AMD, which is fine. AMD got a downgrade and it's been literally just biting the dust for a while. So it's a little bit more of a hero trade out of the two. Looking at markets more broadly, we are down. Meta about to take a partial here. Getting ready to take a partial on META. That'll work. Okay. Couple points there. And then here comes AMD. Let's load the boat on this.
Okay, still
Ready
Tesla
here.
looking very good on my first trade of the day here, TSLA.
If actually, so we're adding the NVIDIA. If we get over 124, I will add to AMD as well. If we're going to see a rally today anywhere, it has to be in semis. I think everything else is kind of peaked out. I say that kind of tongue in cheek, by the way. All right, getting ready to add to AMD over 124. I'm not taking a partial yet on NVIDIA. I want to see a 130 print. Here comes AMD. We're going to add to this thing. Let's see if we can get a bigger move. Be awesome. Looking for a pop over 125 on AMD to close the gap up to 126.5. At that point, I will pay myself. We should get it. See anything over 127, we should break out and start scooting the other direction. But no guarantees. That's why we pay ourselves first. So, excuse me. NVIDIA, I'd like to see a 129.5 before I pay myself. It's a nice move right now on AMD. See if we can get over that 200. For those guys that use the 200, keep an eye on that right at the on the 1 minute chart. So that's at 124.90-ish, which puts us at a 125 breakout that I'm looking for on AMD. A little bit of a hero trade, but let's see if we don't break out over that. I'll be forced to probably close out this position, but I think semis are going to help us rally today, given that they've been beaten down pretty well, including NVIDIA. So we're long NVIDIA right now. I'm going to probably take a partial here, or maybe I would say trim. There we go. Small trim on NVIDIA. We're still waiting for AMD to break out now. I'd like to see a breakout over 125. Let's see if we can get it. Q's now moving higher. Getting ready to take another partial here on NVIDIA if we can get over this 200 EMA. If we do not break out over this, and I don't see the same happen on AMD, we could be in trouble. So that's why we pay ourselves first. AMD looking brilliant. Anybody take this trade with me? Come on, let's go, guys. Big money now. 125 push. We're going to break out. Let's go. 3, 2, 1. Go, baby, go. I'm going to take a small trim here on AMD in a moment. And I do want to see it over 125, but we're close enough. I got to pay myself at least something. We're going to take a tiny bit off here. Not a ton, but something. Okay. And then we can, whatever happens after that, happens after that. Just trying to do healthy practices. We are up already enough to pay for my Christmas trip. Jonathan, very nice. Yeah. That's why we pay ourselves, right? So when they move higher, get paid. Google now breaking out over 200. Guys, take a look at QUBT. Did anybody take that? QUBT. Nice pullback this morning. I wanted to load that thing up for like 10,000 shares. Look at that thing go. Michael, very nice. Huge move to the upside. I think that's probably worth a hold until you see like 18, 19 bucks, but don't quote me on that. Cue the disclaimer. There's a lot of noise on that company right now, in a good way.
Well, DVG, another great phone call. The phone call didn't amount to anything, but the Tesla trade has just absolutely smoked it for me here. I'm out 473.70. I just came out of it after coming into this trade at 465. So we almost got. I feel like I'm like you yesterday. I got over 7 points on this trade, going full share size there after the 467 mark, entering the trade at 465. So an absolutely killer trade. One trade today. I don't need to push the button again. I will, but I don't need to today. Tesla just absolutely killed it on this spike candle here. So a little V bottom recovery first thing in the morning, Jim. We scored big on Tesla. So pumps you up, DVG, just like yesterday when you hit it big.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely.
Love it.
Well, here's the good news. Like QUBT, I was trading that yesterday via options. Okay, bought them for 60 cents. Sold them today for $2.74. That's a pretty big move. And then it, pulled back, was expecting that, and now it's taken off. For certain names, I'm finding that, look, long and strong is kind of the way the market's right now. Bulls are completely taking over. I think QUBT, guys, 18 bucks, I think is a reasonable valuation for what they're doing right now. And for those of you guys who are not familiar with quantum computing in general, I mean, that's the name of the company, but check it out. Basically, think of NVIDIA on steroids, AMD on steroids. The trouble there is it's such new technology. So that means I think more and more money is going to funnel in there. And there's a few names. I think QMCO is another name in that space. By the way, guys, we're waiting for AMD to rip now. We should get it here over 125. Watching Tesla here. What does it do? And I'm also keeping an eye on Eli Lilly and Coin. Coin, COIN. Pretty strong pullback this morning on Coin. At your favorite level, Scott, 316.
Yeah.
That was where you were shorting it for a long time there. Every time it gets to that level, there's big buyers and sellers playing in that area. All right, we need to see AMD take off right now. So if you guys remember, we trimmed up on both AMD and NVIDIA. Why? Because we pay ourselves first, rule number one. Now, if we get a breakout, amazing. We get to take part of that. We still have a pretty decent sized position to take part of that. And if not, worst case, we took our profit and we get to, break even. Okay. So that's part of the game. At the end of the day, some people just buy, hold, wait for the big move, and hey, good for them. But I want to make sure I can wake up and play this game tomorrow. So that's why we pay ourselves first. As Amazon pulling back sharply, Microsoft now pulling back from 451. I want to see what it does in that area. Does it bounce? Right here at the VWAP, keeping an eye on Microsoft now as well. We managed to make a little bit of money on Meta. We got taken out, printed a low, put in a stop for the runners. No worries. We made money, right? Getting a little bit worried about AMD here. Need to see a push. If not, I'll trim up even more. Bitcoin now, futures are ripping. Meanwhile, coin tanking. So interesting. Bitcoin now 107,989 all-time high, and it continues. Pull up MSTR. MSTR retreating. Coin retreating. Interesting. I don't like this move on AMD right now. Fighting for points today, guys. Fighting for points.
AVGO taking another rip down here. And Tesla, I'm going to miss out on the high side, but so be it. Are you thinking AMD again, DVG, or no?
I still
buying
have some remaining shares here. I'll give them a little bit of room to dance. Maybe we get a small undercut under the low, but I don't think it's going to be by much. So I'm waiting for the fake out and breakout. Still in NVIDIA, I've got runners there, but we paid ourselves on both those positions. So if we break out, amazing. If we don't, that's okay too. But I'm looking at Apple breaking out, new all-time highs, Tesla, unstoppable, Microsoft, kind of at that level I mentioned to bounce. I think Microsoft, Apple, and NVIDIA lead the way today, kind of the trio, the trident. Nah, if they start breaking down, be on the lookout. Down we go. Broader markets are down. Navy Geo, won't touch it right now. Won't touch it. AMD has been selling with or without markets. We've had a huge boom in markets, and AMD's continued to sell off. So for it to break lower, wouldn't be surprised. But you know, good news, we paid ourselves. Bad news, it doesn't look good. NVIDIA's still doing okay. Q's looking weak,
Yeah,
kind of tagging the VWAP here.
Okay, 2610 PFE. PFE. Long 2610. I'm going to go in full share size right at the get-go here at 2610. Target's going to be 2624. Just looking for about 14 cents, 15 cents on the trade.
Okay, don't like this move on NVIDIA nor AMD, but keep an eye on the SPY here. 60461. If that becomes a ceiling for the SPY, that's trouble for any bulls. Q's now retreating.
Wow, Tesla. Missed the boat on Tesla. Sedge gets below 14. I'll take that long through 14. Okay, watch PFE. Yep, only thing I'm in is Pfizer. I would be, I mean, maybe this 124 on AMD long. Okay, I'm going to post the Sedge trade here, SEDG 1450. I will also be going into this trade full share size. Okay. Target will be 15, so I'm looking for 50 cents. Okay, the only thing I'm in right now is PFE. PFE targets 2620. Go PFE, go. Those of you that are in the trade, watch this 2620. We should smoke right through this. Big move now on PFE. This is where I'm going to take the partial here on PFE, just coming up through that that 20 mark, and I'm going to take the mark, take it off right here at 26. Hopefully get 26.24. There we go, 26.24. I'm out 3/4 of the trade. Remember that was a there you go. That was a full share size trade to start on PFE. Now Sedge coming into fruition right now at the 14.50. Let's see if we can turn 50 cents around on Sedge, SEDG. Really nice trade on PFE. Went full share size there. I felt comfortable with the trade. See what happens here now. Okay, SEDG. And I'll come out anything under 26.20. I'll come out of the rest of the PFE trade. So we'll move on to Sedge. We'll babysit this trade now. Again,
So
14.50 coming into the trade. Looking good.
I think I was talking on mute. Yep, Q's pulling back sharply. I'm a little concerned that this becomes the little games that they're playing as of late. You know, dangle the carrot low enough to find sellers, and then they just snap it up. So, you know, if you're not short, maybe build a small position to the downside. I wouldn't go heavy just yet, but then, you know, like we talk about, build position, add position, etc. We're still in AMD. Probably going to get dropped out at the rest of my NVIDIA trade here. But I'm watching Meta, for example, holding the 622 level. If that level fails, it could be a nice short. We'll see. MSTR, I think I'm going to go for it here at 402. 402. So we were not trading it just yet, but let's get a better entry. 402 MSTR upside. Small build. Let's see if we can get a pop here. I'm glad we hung on to NVIDIA for a little bit longer. AMD should do it now. Watching Meta. Maybe that's all the breakdown for Meta. I mean, we're seeing kind of that consolidation in that 622, 623 level. And again, playing those perfect games, dangling the carrot to the downside to find people to short it and then just snap up that liquidity and move it higher, forcing them to cover. So again, games are being played in these markets without a doubt. Tempted to short Tesla, actually. 478 maybe?
Come on, Sedge.
Man, I'd love to see Meta break down here. Here we go. Let's do it. Small size, 622, short, Meta. You know, we paid ourselves first, took a partial, then got stopped. Then, you know, let's do it again. Second chance. There it is. AMD looking great. I can leave it alone. Same with NVIDIA. If we do move higher, great. Semis will pay me. AMD and NVIDIA. But I really want to see now Meta fall to like 610 would be awesome. There we go. There's the session low. All right, guys, I'm going to get ready to pay myself on Meta again, partial. But I would love to see 618 first, but I may not get it. I tried to do that earlier today. If you guys remember, target was 620. But I don't want to be greedy. Guys, AMD. Anybody still in that trade with me? And NVIDIA? Look at it go. Tempted to just hit this thing for like max share. We're up, guys. We're up $8,000 today. Unbelievable. I will take that happily. Just really want Meta to fall down. Probably going to have to get out of AMD. This is not good. I mean, I had a chance to pay myself. What the heck's going on? Come on, Meta. Snap that 615 area and go straight down, please. You're playing games with me all day, this stock. SPY now aiming lower. Q's now aiming lower. MSTR, let's go. Mixed session, you know, as far as long and short trades here today. Come on, Meta. 615 print would be amazing.
Sedge not doing anything. That VWAP is so important on the Sedge trade right now. Out of all shares PFE, and I am flat, waiting for the Sedge trade to come on here. And again, I'll be full share size that trade. We're looking a little sloppy, DVG, right now.
Yep, it is. It's a weird market right now. We're up and down. SPY pulling back now. I'm gonna probably have to take some off of this Meta trade probably. I'd like to see a low 620 print. Maybe we get it here. Maybe. Or I pay myself. We already took Meta twice today, so I don't mind getting paid again. Coin now retreating. MSTR probably going to dump this here in a moment. There's the low 620s. Let's see if we get a little more on META. Snap down to 620, baby. Let's go. I'll happily pay myself right there, friends. 619. Bam. Let's go. I'll take that print all day long. I'm going to get out of MSTR. This is a junk bond trade now. Get out of that. Thank you. All right. There's that. All right. I'm going to probably have to pay myself here in a bit on AMD. Unless we see a big push over that 200 EMA. Okay. Out of MSTR. That's the good news, guys. I committed to at least a small size. Didn't pay myself because it was such a small position. But this is the reason. It was like, 50-50 trade. We kept projecting that VWAP or underneath the 200, right? We have a rule. Shouldn't say a rule, but if you're under the 200, your chances of shorting something goes up. If you go above the 200, your chance of going long something goes up. So keep an eye on that. Use that. Cue the disclaimer, of course.
Yeah, AVGO continues to put in new lows. We should be on this trade here.
All right, guys. I've got runners left on Meta. Still waiting for this AMD to finally do something. Overall, though, guys, we're up pretty massive today. Pretty massive day. No complaints. No complaints at all. Again, I'd love to see Meta down to like 610. I don't know if it happens today, but if it's going to happen today would be the day. It has to break underneath that 616 level. And if it does that, we get to ring the register. Guys, AMD one time. Notice these markets are flipping gears, right? So we're seeing a bunch of stuff heading lower, and then semi's trying to revert higher. Rotation, right? So get out of Meta, buy AMD.
Yesterday, PFG trade. Congratulations. Just needs
yesterday I was trying to short Costco, and I got completely run over. And then I got to see what happened towards the end of the day. It just sold right off. So ABGO. Guys, SPY retreating, Q's retreating, barely hanging on to AMD. I'm debating on whether or not to trim up here. I'll wait. I will, but it's not looking good. Come on, Meta, break that floor. Here comes Meta. Big seller stepping in. Come on. Fill that order one time. Uh-oh. Don't buy that guy's order block, please. There's a big order block stepping in on Meta. It's just dancing right there. And if it loads up, we should snap 619 pretty quickly. Excuse me. Side note, my wife is sick, which we've been together, what, 12 years now? I think she's been sick maybe 3 times in 12 years. I mean, she's an incredible immune system, but when she gets sick, she gets really sick. And what I'm worried about is, I don't know, I get sick probably once or twice every couple of years, you know. I'd say some pretty relative consistency. Guys, keep an eye on Meta. We should start to drown here under 616. I'm going to wait. I would love to see a 618 print before I take a partial. I don't want to be super greedy, but we already took a partial. So let's see if we can get more out of this thing in the spirit of hanging on to trades. Jonathan, very nice. Very nice. 2 green, 2 red, finishing today nicely green. See you tomorrow. Right on, Jonathan. I don't know if he's still here or on the left already. Guys, here comes Meta. Come on, baby.
Let's go.
Let's go, indeed. If 616 breaks, it's game over for META, but I might be forced to take a little bit more off. Don't want to be too greedy here. Markets can flip on a dime, as we've seen in the last several sessions. So I'm going to be patient here with Meta. AMD, on the other hand, I mean, I don't know, guys, I might be forced to take at least something off. Like a trim. I got a pretty decent chunk still. So to be fair, people were asking, hey, how the heck did you make that much money so far? That QUBT trade really helped. So if I take that off, that's a couple thousand. You got it, Jonathan. Yeah, wasn't sure if you're still here, but yeah, it's good. It's good to make your money and bounce. You know, nothing wrong with that. I'm trying to make up for you know, a couple sessions that I had. The downside, I don't want to say I'm impervious to red days, but I try to make them as rare as possible for me, as you can imagine, as anyone can imagine, but they happen. So when I'm in a good trade like I am, say for example in Meta, we hit it twice today. So banked it for whatever, like 2.5, 3 points, Got stopped out with the runners, got back in. Here comes now 618, folks. I want 616 now. Let me see there. There it is. I'm going to take a small, tiny partial on Meta in just a moment. Let me wait for this red to stop. Let's see if we get a little more. That's nice. Okay, just a tiny bit there. We'll still leave some size there on our META short. Exactly what I wanted to see. Now let's see if AMD can finally take off. AMD. Let's see it go straight to the moon, as they say. Isn't that what they say? With the rocket ship or something like that? I don't know. Guys, Qs are printing new lows. In this trade on NVDA, the good news is we paid ourselves. Bad news is probably going to have to get out of the rest. Glad we got out of MSTR. Nice to the downside move. Could have easily been a short. Trying to, little hero moves since everybody buys the dips as of late. But we also missed our Tesla trade. I was watching it at 478. And now it's down to 470. Guys, directionally, market's heading lower. If you have your charts up, I would recommend, obviously, there's cue the disclaimer. Where's Rick? Shout out to Rick. Cue the disclaimer. But definitely keep your VWAP up. For those of you guys who use SMAs, EMAs, etc., keep an eye on your 20. I use a 22, but keep an eye on your 20. Guys, do you think, yes or no, real quick, we're $1.20 away from the 616 breakdown. Do we get it on Meta? If so, here we come 612, 610. Do you think we get the break under 616? It's $1 away, folks. Here we go. Here we go. We're in the 616 territory now, folks. Oh, that's nice when it works out. I don't want any buyers down here. I want them all to leave. As I say that, the Qs, again, Qs have till 533.17, I think, before they really hit the brakes. Why? It was a previous all-time high. So I would say, if anything, we're probably going to be range bound in this area for bulls to want to take over, if they're going to take over. And that's from 53317 to 53661. So maybe we chop around today a little bit in that area, but it's never a guarantee.
Well, PFE, I missed that top end, that's for sure. But this stock is nicely higher now. I'm out all shares. I'm looking just for the SEDG trade to come in now.
MSTR now collapsing. Wow, MSTR really on a downswing here. Glad we got out of that one. Wow. All right, guys, I'm going to probably have to trim up on AMD. I don't like the way markets are looking. Everything's aiming down. Obviously, AMD is consolidating here, so it has a chance to, potentially snap higher. What I don't like is on our Meta position. I called it out. Maybe they were listening. I don't know. Said 616, please no buyers. And magically, we see people covering in that area because, look left, area of support previously. So I'll probably trim up a little bit more here. Just a massive, nice winning trade for us here on META twice today, 2 times. See what it does here?
Wow, PFE. I missed you, PFE. I missed a big run on PFE.
Q's now breaking lower again. Again, 53317 is the level I have marked. If it doesn't have to hit that exactly, it doesn't have to, I would envision an undercut there, like maybe under 533, and then, goes back up, then great, get bullish. I think right now people are just taking profits, knowing they can get away with it. And META getting a little too much price action now. So I'm going to probably take the rest of my position out. Give it a second. Good news though, 616 target. We got that 616 print. We paid ourselves. Now, let's see if we get a little more. If not, we will end it with a nice winning trade. Not every trade works out that way, but it is sure nice when it does. Let's do the math. Entry is 622. Let's just call it 5.5 points. I mean, not a bad day. And our first entry on Meta was at 624. We took out maybe 2.5 points there. So on Meta alone, we made about 8 points today. Not too shabby. Watch the cues and the SPY. We talked about these levels this morning, guys. So hopefully you guys were putting that on your chart. Did anybody? I don't know. For the SPY and the cues. Keep it on the cues now, breaking lower. All right, AMD, you had your chance in the sunshine. Now you're killing me. All right, trimming up on AMD. I'll leave a tiny bit, but I don't want to give any money back. And I do like the consolidation at this level. So call it from 12350 to 124. But the fact that we're not getting any price action higher, markets are moving lower. I might have a chance to get in later, but we still have some size. So if we do revert to the upside, great. But I don't want to risk any more to the downside. Okay, watching the cues here. I wouldn't be surprised, like I said, cues down to 53317, maybe a subtle undercut. So just under 533, and then it turns around.
There's the cues. I'll put it up on the chart in the main room.
Still got some runners left on Meta. I trim AMD and then it turns back up to 124. That's fine. Whatever. It's okay. Oh man, I'm so tempted to add what I just took off on AMD, but I can't. I just can't. Market's hanging out at the lows. It's a very nice consolidation on AMD. It's just waiting. I think it's waiting for the Qs to snap higher. So it definitely could go lower, but it's a nice consolidation on AMD. So if markets do decide to put a green candle in. Go ahead.
About 260 on the Dow and 155 now on the NASDAQ. So we're giving back what we did yesterday, that's for sure.
Qs now session lows.
Guys, the only thing I'm looking at right now is Sedge, and the volume is so weak on it. I'll be right.
Guys, keep an eye on the Qs. Yeah, I think Tesla, NVIDIA, AMD try to lead the charge today. If we decide to move higher, maybe even Microsoft. Microsoft looking great, honestly. Yeah, that one MSCR trade was a 50-50 trade, and I'll tell you what, sure would have been nice to short that thing. Been shorting all kinds of stuff, and MSCR, I just thought maybe we would spike higher with Bitcoin pushing new highs, etc. But that's why we started with a small size there. Tesla long 475 with market reversals, Kev. I mean, I think right there it was your VWAP 200, right? Like that's your kind of entry there. So around 474. I wouldn't say if you missed it, you missed out, but you know, like 490 is the top, I guess, on Tesla. Who knows? Right now it's in doing Tesla things. We called it a small cap earlier because it is. It's behaving like one for sure. Like, oh, $2 billion worth of valuation. Yeah, no problem. Here, let me just move that. There we go. In 5 seconds. Anybody going to like an island for the holiday, Fiji or something like this, for Christmas? Exciting plans? Anybody? Anybody? Or New Year's even? We'll be moving to a new place, bigger place, which is nice. Give us some more space. That's what we'll be doing over Christmas/New Year's. It's never really fun to move, to be honest. We moved to the East Coast, checked it out here for a while, had to figure out where we want to live as it goes. So instead of just moving and buying a place right away, we scoped out the area and landed on a place or area that I think we're going to like. Fingers crossed. If we don't, we might end up dumping it and moving into I don't know, maybe like a high rise or something. We'll see. So exciting. You're in the Dominican Republic. Right on, Lee. Very cool. Hoping the weather is warm. I know quite a bit of a cold front lately. Guys, I don't know if you've been watching Coin. Coin and MSTR just absolutely fell out of bed today. Very warm, but rainy seasonally. Okay. You know what? We did a trip down to the Grenadine Islands, and it's out by like St. Lucia. We did that last year, and it was an amazing trip. You know, it was definitely a little bit to adjust to because you know, when you're on any of these islands, especially some of the less visited ones, food is a little bit more, I'll say tough to come by, but like most of the restaurants were closed because we went during like an off season. Michael, yeah, do you live there? Live in Bangkok? You know, we had a trip planned, two big trips actually, when COVID happened, and one of them was to Thailand.
Wow, nice.
And we had to cancel just because, you know, everything shut down. Then we had another trip to Hawaii that we had planned, and same thing. You know, we thought Hawaii would be okay, and then they called us actually, I think a week before we were supposed to go. Maybe it was 2 weeks before we were supposed to go, and they're like, "Hey, listen, we're looking forward to having you. You got to stay in your room for 14 days." I'm like, by that you mean, you know, pool, bar, whatever. I'm like, no, you can't leave your room for 14 days. And I'm like, well, then what's the point? We're going there for 10 days. Like, we'll just not go.
Yeah, pretty good decision, I'm sure.
Yeah. Oh, right on, Michael. You're there part time now. That's cool. I've got a couple friends that bought places out in Vietnam and also down in what's that island out there? It's right next to in Thailand. It's Koh Samui in Thailand. Beautiful island. He bought that, I don't know, maybe 10 years ago. I guess now it's like it's doubled in value. Oh, yeah, Michael, you're living the day trader's dream, man. Look at that. He's been going there
Yeah,
part time for 35 years, and home is Hawaii. Wow,
Yeah.
right on, man.
Love it, love it. That's doing it right there, DVG. Yeah.
Yep. Michael, I'll accept the property in crypto. It's fine. All right, let's keep an eye on a couple things here. Microsoft really holding up. Now I say that, easily turn around. You know, we still got our AMD position. Nvidia, it's kind of why is too much work? Plastic surgeon here for 40 years. Oh, right on. Right on, Michael. Doing it right, my friend. So I take it, what, are you learning trading? Have you been a trader for a while? 4 years? Okay. Are you new to us, or have you been with us for all those 4 years? We've had a few Michaels kind of come through here, so I apologize. I've been here for like 5 years. Like, how do you not know me? But Right on, all 4 years. Cool. Yeah, I recognize the name, but we've had a few Michaels come in here, so right on.
Awesome.
We appreciate it, man. We do. Guys, I'm looking around. I like I said, Tesla right now would be kind of a hero trade at the VWAP 200 EMA. Who's asking about that earlier about Tesla? You're there now. So this kind of 474 level. The trouble is, like, it could go either way. It's like that MSTR trade that we were looking at earlier, right? If it were me, which I'm already in the position now, AMD. And the only reason I say AMD, it's ugly, but it's consolidating. Markets are moving lower, and it's consolidating at this 12350 to 124 level, and it's trying and trying and trying and trying to push higher. If it gets above 125, you can count on it hitting the close, which is 126, I don't know, 60, something like that. So, risk $1 to make $2. Not a guarantee. You don't have to risk the full dollar, right? But I think we're going to get it now. And if we do, awesome. Waiting all morning for that. You do? Yeah, Michael, right on. What'd you think? Did I make a fool of myself then? I get to do it full time. Yeah, it sounds like Clifton made multiple copies of that one just to run it all. Right on, Michael. Hey, man, you're gonna make me verklempt and loss of words here. I appreciate that, man. Really do. I try. It's not. Look, this business isn't easy. It's different if it's like you just treat it like a gamble, right? If you're just like, hey, point, click, shoot, right? And trust me, like yesterday, Costco, right? That was frustrating for me to watch. And literally, guess what? That's why we journal. And looking it over, guys, I made the mistake. Now, granted, I got out of the way, put a stop in place. I knew, 996 is the most I was willing to let it go. It's an expensive stock, so it wasn't like I was holding, 50,000 shares or something crazy, right? But it still hurt to lose in that situation. And after looking at the reasons when I was journaling, it was a no-brainer. I had to wait to see what it would do at the all-time high, anywhere near there. So 1007, 1008, and that was all on me. Out of just trying to be stubborn on my entry, and that's okay. Technically, I could have had a second chance, but I ignored it the rest of the day. We ended up getting into QUBT, but it cracks me up. Sometimes people are like, "Hey, when I make a bad trade, how do I know when to get out?" Well, when you're wrong, right? So you can let things play out for a bit, but if you're playing it out and you're not honoring your stops, that'll kill you in this business quick. But so I appreciate the kind words, Michael, but all I have to say is that being a good trader doesn't mean you're always right. In fact, being a good trader is admitting when you're wrong and moving away. Find a new position. Like this AMD, I could have trimmed up again. This 12450, I didn't, because I want to see 125. Hopefully, I'm not kicking myself later. If we end up seeing that level again, we should break out. But if we start rejecting that, yeah, I'm gonna have to trim up this position a bit, just because, guys, we're up huge today. Big green day. Thank you to QUBT for that. Anybody who took that trade earlier? Let me look. I'm trying to remember. Who was that? QUBT. Paul, was that you? Romans did? Okay, cool, yeah. What a random name, right? QUBT this morning. You took a small amount, Scott V, cool. Yeah, I mean, look, like, That was another one too. I was watching the price action on that yesterday. Unbelievable. I mean, the thing was just whipping around like massive, massive amounts. And I was doing some homework on it. And I think we're going to probably start seeing a little bit of a shuffle in tech names, not necessarily, taking every dollar invested in NVIDIA and putting in these other names. But if you're not familiar with quantum, as you guys know, I'm a huge tech nerd. So quantum computing, you should totally know or understand at least what it is. It's not a really easy thing to grasp, to be honest. It's not like a fun read. It's not light reading, but the capabilities of quantum is pretty significant. If you look at the latest move on Google, a big part of that is some of the optimism in quantum. I say the big move, like we're talking when it was like, I think 160, something like that. And it pushed, or let's see, I can actually probably tell you the day. It was at like 170. So that was on December 2nd, it looks like. I want to say. I could be off by a day or two, but right around that time is when they started talking quantum and adding that capability into their cloud. Stock's gone up, 20% after that?
Yeah.
%15. Guys, check out AMD. Here we go. Boomstick. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. 1, 2, 5. Print it.
I've got nothing going right now. Possibly PLT or short if it starts to run.
Well, Apple doesn't care about anything. Printing new all-time highs yet again. Yet again. All right, guys, I'm going to have to take a little bit off of this AMD trade. I mean, kind of frustrating. I'll wait just a little bit longer. I'm pulling up level 2. I've seen some pretty decent order blocks getting slapped around here. So if we can break out above it, I'm seeing, the 40s, 124 40s clear up a bit. There's only a few hundred shares up there, but what I don't like is that I'm seeing these big sell blocks come through, and they're like, a couple thousand shares at a time. So and if you notice, AMD, pull up your 200 EMA. How many times has it tried? Let's look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 times. Let's try to get over its 200 EMA. So if it gets above that, I can assure you, we'll rip. If is the key word. Whereas look at Tesla. It's the 200 EMA, comes back, tests it, comes back, tests it, comes back, and then pops. Like it, everyone wants it. Everyone wants a Tesla, I guess. Yeah, Scott, as I mentioned, trying to add more options trades to my strategy as well as swing trades.
Yeah.
So I did that with QUBT yesterday just because they were so cheap. They were like, again, 60 cents. And rather than buy, I mean, I know a lot of people that'll buy like 100 or 200 or 500. I mean, they'll buy thousands of contracts at a time. And I'm not really that prone to risk. Maybe I missed out on a lot of upside, but half of my gain today was from that one trade. So can't complain too much.
Well, I may just have the 2 winning trades today. I don't think Sedge is going to get up for me. PFE, I'm not taking that anymore, so I'm going to take that off. So I'm just kind of simply waiting and watching. I don't see anything that's jumping out to say, hey, let's go for it, right?
Definitely. Yeah, I would agree. mean, right now, unless you're open to shorting, so like Qs are at the VWAP, SPY, I would say, is weaker, which kind of tells you a little bit more broader breadth. And if you're looking at your heat map, we're red kind of across the board. A couple exceptions, obviously Tesla, which let's no comment, obviously. But a few names in the healthcare space are up today. A little bit surprising. I mean, I know Eli Lilly, down a bit. I think the weight loss craze might be slowing a bit, with people now talking about being able to take a pill instead of a shot. So competition obviously showing up there, but make no mistake, guys, Novo Nordisk, #1 provider of insulin, etc. GLP-1, as they call them, glucose-like peptide. Anyway, guys, AMD pressure cooker. It's now or never. Seriously, like the next 3 minutes. If we do not move above that 125 level, it's not going to happen for the rest of the day. So that's what I'm going to give it, exactly 3 minutes. So if we get over 125, amazing. I'll wait till the close, which is at 126.60. But if we continue to reject this 200 EMA, I will dump the trade. Small profit, not much. Oh, we did get paid on the first bit.
Profit's good. Yep.
Yeah. Tesla now $480 again. I do like Amazon a little bit. I'm keeping an eye there. I think out of all the big Mag 7, Microsoft looking pretty good. Two and a half minutes left for AMD to make up its mind. Let's look around here. Wait a minute. What did I do with that? No, that's not what I'm looking for. Okay.
Wow, NVIDIA, nice recovery now. I think I'm done. I don't think I'm going to take another one here. Just 2 trades. I'm okay with that.
AMD, come on. It's your time. Let's go. NVIDIA's doing it. Where you at? Let's see. What did I do with that? Let's pull it up again, I think. Here we go. Found it. Just looking for earnings this week. So MU reports tomorrow. So I'm going to make sure I add this so I don't lose it again. Nothing really today. We've got Micron, Lennar, home builders. Guys, I'm going to keep an eye on that too. We talked about shorting. If you guys remember, Home Depot, Lowe's, etc. Guys, QUBT just on a tear. Unbelievable. Love it. Original price target was $18. Almost there, point away. Let's see. Back to earnings. Birkenstock, General Mills, before the open, whatever. Micron, MU, after the close. Lennar, Home Builder, after the close. Then Thursday, we've got CarMax, Accenture, Darden Restaurants. And then after the close on Thursday, Nike, FedEx, that'll be a big one. Nike and FedEx. And as I'm looking at that, what happened to my trade here on AMD? Did it get rejected? Yes, it did. Okay. All right, guys, this is literally the last minute I'm going to give on AMD. QUBT, guys, if anybody took that, there's your gift trade. I gave you 2 gifts in the last 2 days. One was AV. Those you guys took it yesterday. We absolutely scored on that one. And QUBT, it's a stock I normally wouldn't trade, right? $15, $13 stock. And just absolute monster today. So congrats for those of you who did take that trade. Yeah, it's part of the trouble, Scott, right? Is there's so many stocks out there that, perfect world, you'd buy them all at the same time, but that's if time and money were infinite, right?
Yep, no doubt.
I'm going to be keeping an eye on
Lots
MA, so that's
every day.
Absolutely, yeah. MasterCard and UPST in the next couple days. I kind of like MasterCard to the downside as well as Visa. I think the idea of like private lending is going to become a new norm. So it'll probably have an impact on Visa and MasterCard. I don't know for how long and when that's going to happen, but UPST will likely help lead the charge along with SoFi Bank. So SoFi obviously dipping this morning, but that's okay. Well, AMD, time to trim up. That's too bad. We'll still have some size, but it won't be too big. Meta's trying to wake up. Tesla's trying to wake up. Nvidia is walking with a little bit of a limp. And AMD, well, we tried.
Yeah, right.
I like Microsoft right here too. Breakout. If the Qs wake up here, Microsoft will be the first one to go. As I'm saying that, it's starting to push.
You know what? I'm going to get out of here early. Just done. Now, I don't see anything. I'm not going to sit here. I'm not going to sit here and waste everybody's time, right? The only thing I would say is if you're going to hang around Sedge, perhaps right here at 14. What am I going to do? AVGO, no. Tesla, no. AMD, no. PLTR. PLTR, a chance if it gets towards 74 to short it there. But that's really about it. So, shoot. Hey, listen, 2 for 2 today. And listen, all you need, it's not the number of trades, it's the number of green trades that you have. So today's another green day, two so far this week. And I've got to tell you, it's been great to start off this week heading into coming up on the Christmas holiday. I'm green today. Let's see how everybody else is doing here in the room. I think we were close to DVG 90% yesterday in the room.
Yeah, we were.
We're
We had an amazing day yesterday as a community.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
It was really good. So we're looking at over 80% of our traders are profitable today. So congratulations those that are here with us today. We appreciate that. Community is going to get bigger. Aggie's got a big influence on that. If you're looking to get into this community and trade a funded account and you're not in the US of A, Aggie can help you out. So take a look at that. And you can email Aggie. Clifton's got the link here in the room. You can do that. But I'm going to conclude my day. I think DVG will probably stick around for a little bit. And I will see everybody tomorrow on a Wednesday. Partner, good trading today. Appreciate you. And Clifton, Aggie, the rest of the team. I'll see everybody bright and early tomorrow on a Wednesday session, hump day tomorrow. Hopefully we get this market in gear and moving in either direction, but a little bit more volatility would be key on these stocks. So enjoy. Take care. DVG, always appreciate you.
Right on. We'll see you, Scott. Well, I'll tell you what, folks. Rick, you might be right, but that's part of the reason we trim. It's on AMD. Could be 5 minutes late. Yeah, sure. Usually have a tendency for like the big macro moves. I'm usually, I don't know, about a week or a month ahead of time. I'm kind of learning that as well as I'm looking to add swing trading into my arsenal of trading here. But yeah, no kidding, right? I mean, we still have a position in AMD. I just, seeing it get rejected up here so many times, I'm like, well, maybe it doesn't want to go. We're seeing the SPY kind of, try to get to 604. Some the Qs try to push higher, but buying a weaker name like AMD is a risky strategy when it's been beaten down so much. That said, I think it's an opportunity for people to buy or nibble and build up positions. We saw huge moves, guys. By the way, Microsoft. I didn't take that trade, but it looked like a great trade. If anybody took that, congrats. Yeah, it's just trade management. I can always add later if I wanted to, but I'll still wait. Still up on the trade. No worries. I still can't believe QUBT, guys. QUBT, AVAV, stocks I wouldn't normally trade, but we got ahead of the whole drone speculation. I don't know, for those of you guys here in the US, you've been probably hearing all about that in the news, but one of the biggest makers of drones, AVAV. There's actually one that's not public yet that I think is, if they ever do decide to go public, I will be putting them on my shopping list. These are for like, big drones, not the ones we fly around at home. To take pictures of us on boats. Guys, AMD. Boom time coming. Look at this level 2. Load them up. Load them up. Get the sellers out of the way. It'll be pretty wild if we got to like $134 today. Get like 10 points out of this thing. Never say never. Looking at PLTR mark. Let me take a look at it. I actually like Lilly right now. It's a nice move. Should take a risk on it, guys. It's a little bit of a hero trade. 782 maybe. Let me wait for this exuberant push to stop here. They just caught some news here. They just got approval for an insulin injector. I don't know. Let me see if I get a pullback. Otherwise, 782, I like it. Maybe small size, Lilly, long. 782. I'll wait for maybe a pullback, but small size. So let me look at LTR here for you. We're in the Lilly trade. Oh yeah, LTR looks good. Keep in mind they are part of the Qs now. So granted, there was a little bit of a euphoric push on PLTR, like when the rumor was out that they're probably going to join the Qs, and then as soon as they did get into the Qs, we saw a sell-off. So that was kind of interesting. Maybe it's an opportunity to reposition some of their portfolios. I don't know. But this would, for me, PLTR, I've got it in my long-term portfolio, full disclosure, right? But I don't know. It's kind of hard to trade, to be honest with you. Maybe it moves $1, if that. If you're on the wrong side of that, it could be troublesome. Hey guys, big news. I'm up 28 cents on Eli Lilly. Okay, okay. Now we're moving. Now we're moving. I don't know if anybody took that trade with me or not, but it's an expensive one. I'm gonna look for, I'd say north of probably 787. I mean, it's such a small position though, so like I don't know, want to make something off of it. In fact, spirit of using options, how much are they? Oof, those aren't cheap. $800 call option is $8. So you can either buy one share of Lilly and own it, or you can buy one contract and hope it gets up 20 points. I'll take my chances. All right, look at this. Guys, Lilly, anybody? Two points, 3 points. SPY now moving, Q's now moving. People getting a little bit optimistic here. AMD finally hanging on above the 200. We should get a pop here. Please, please move AMD so I can take a nice partial. Guys, Lilly, amazing 3.2 points. Guys, I don't know if anybody took that trade with me, but are you kidding me? Trade tricks, you hit Lilly. Amazing. AMD now on the move. Yay. All right. Rushing it today. Loving that. AMD should breakout. Should, keyword is should, not will. Do the disclaimer. All right, I'm going to take a little bit off of our AMD trade and leave the rest to run. And again, it's still a decent sized trade, but I don't mind letting it just do its thing. And I will put in, I'll tighten my stop loss. So I can't lose on that trade. Let me see. Guys, Eli Lilly, unbelievable. I mean, at this point, if I get 787, might break out actually. Wow. That's nice when that happens. You know what? I'm going to wait probably on Lilly for a partial. In fact, I may even add here. It's a nice move. Really nice move. And I watched the initial leg up, and then I started doing some digging and found out I had some decent news. Regulatory approval for insulin injection in Egypt. Guys, AMD, finally. Took all day, but we got there, guys. Let's do this. In the 44 trading room, we are swinging the bat and hitting the ball. Base hits count too. Base hits win games. I keep using a lot of baseball analogies, but ironically, like, I don't really watch a ton of baseball. Formula One, sure. Racing, sure. Basketball, sure. Football, sure. Baseball, not so much. I don't know if you guys ever seen the movie Moneyball. Actually, a pretty good movie. Using math to win games, basically. And it's very common now, but back in the day, not so much. You know, pay for all these players, but to make a good team with a low budget, you need people that can get on base. Kind of what the movie's about. If you haven't seen it, recommend watching it. All right, my next target for AMD is going to be the close, so that's 126. I don't know, 50 or so. See if we can get another point out of it. And I'll take another partial. And then literally we'll leave the runners for the rest of the day. I could kind of care less. This Lilly trade, though, is unbelievable. What? Yeah. I mean, you know what? I'm gonna pay myself a little bit on Lilly. Let's see if we get a little push here. What do you guys think? Rule number one, or let it run? 1 for taking a partial, 2 for letting it run. What do you guys think? Eli Lilly. Been on fire today. Doesn't always happen though. Got humbled real quick this week. Turned around a couple days that, were red. Yesterday we had a couple red trades too, but take partial for you. Trade tricks right on. Yeah, I think we'll do that. Rule number 1, guys, pay yourself first. I can't tell y'all to do it and then I don't do it, right? So, all right. There we go. Just took half off the Lilly trade. Guys, 3.5 points in what, 10 minutes? Like, I'll take it. So we'll let the runners go. AMD looking for a pop. We're seeing a couple sellers showing up on AMD, so I may hobble along here at this 125 area, which I don't really love. And sometimes issues. So say, for example, you see like, I don't know, I'll use a round number. Let's say 10,000 shares for either sell block or buy block. And then if you see those 10,000 shares break into incremental 1,000 shares directionally, that'll kind of give you an idea if you're limit high or limit low, right? AKA buyer or seller in that equation. And we're seeing that in AMD kind of all morning. But the difference is now I'm seeing the big buy orders get broken down like that into like chunks of 100, 200, 400, 300, 800 to the upside. So part of the reason I was looking at that consolidation all day when we saw markets going lower, seeing AMD consolidate at that 12350 area, pull up your big chart, look left, see what you find. Trade tricks, awesome. Awesome. Super happy you took the trade. We got to make some money together. It's always fun, right? PLTR, again, I forget who was talking about that trade. I think it was Mark, maybe, if I'm not mistaken. You know, very nice over the VWAP, over the 200, then came back, tried to retest that 200, and then took off. So again, looks good, but you know, maybe we actually get the breakout now above 74.20. That said, just know yesterday, I think what was yesterday's high, 77.82, but realistically right around 75.50-ish, give or take. So definitely little gas left in the tank there for PLTR. And I'm a huge fan of PLTR, by the way. I mean, everyone was hating on them for a long time, thinking that, you know, they didn't know what they're doing or whatever, but they've been doing a lot of really cool things in the AI space for things they can't talk about. I think that's what kind of scared people, is that if you can't talk about it, what are you doing? Well, the reason you can't talk about it is most of their work is with governments. So needn't say more. Speaking of governments, keep an eye on LMT guys and BA next week or so. You can also keep an eye on NOC, a little more expensive, but in the spirit of the AV trade, you know, we got paid on it yesterday, so we beat everybody to the punch a little bit. Those guys took the AV trade. If you notice today, we're pulling back that 160 level, which is where we opened yesterday. So naturally, you're probably going to find some buyers in that area. So if you were interested in AV trade, this is probably the area where maybe we're going to find some buyers, right where it's at now. So 160 to 161. I don't really like that chart, to be honest with you, but if we're going to find buyers, they're probably right around here, which is where we saw them yesterday at the open. Right on, Chris. Congrats. Yep. Green. That's good. That's good. That's what we want to see. Mark. Oh, yes. Scalp 3/4. So you did take, that was PLTR, I think, right? Very cool. Well, listen, y'all, we've got some amazing traders in this room. No doubt. Some incredible traders. And, you know, highly recommend you get to know some of them. You know, reach out, post, find people who trade similar stocks to yourself. And I know sometimes, like, Scott and I try to get out of here around 11:30 or so, just to, you know, work on other things that we've got going on. Also worth noting, yes, 2025. Part of my, by the way, side note, Microsoft pushing now. I'm going to do my best to start creating more content. Had quite a few requests for more social presence, etc. So don't make fun of me as I try to figure it out. You know, ironically, I love technology, know a lot about technology, but don't ask me to use it. Come on. So yeah, fingers crossed there. I'll figure it out, but be on the lookout for that. I even, believe it or not, I started a Twitter, if you could believe it. I don't really use it much right now, but I imagine that'll change here in the new year. you guys want to follow on Twitter, again, nothing on there really at the moment, but I'm going to just post that in the chat. Should be a fun year next year. I'm excited. Guys, Tesla retreating here. I may short it. 472. Let's do it. Small size. TSLA. 472. There we go. We're in it to win it. Let's go. Target will be 4 points. 468. Kind of risky business, but that's a big breakdown. So let's see if we find buyers, I can just get out of the way, right? But pretty confident should get at least 2 or 3 points out of this thing. Here we go. Keep an eye on Tesla, y'all. Here comes the break. Snap down. Again, anything with a 469 print in it, I'll probably take some off here. Here it comes. 3, 2, 1. Nope, there's a bigger seller there. Come on, where you at? Where you at? Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Don't leave now. There we go. There we go. Guys, keep it on AVAB. Gonna see some buyers there. Okay, getting ready to take a partial on Tesla. Quick and easy 2 points. Anybody? Anybody? 3, 2, 1. Come on. And there's a partial. Boom. Almost 2 points. We got some runners left. Little baby size trade there, Tesla. That's okay though. How's that for a quick two points? I mean, look, 467 gets taken out. I mean, 460 is the next real support level. 460.52 to be exact. I don't know if I can take more trades, y'all, but AVAV sure does look appetizing here. We took that yesterday and scored a ton of money. It was a gift trade, I like to call it, where, was hoping for like 1 or 2 points, and we ended up getting like almost 10 points on the thing. In fact, I think it was 10 points. We had runners hit 170, and I'm like, yeah, it's good enough. And it ended up going to 172. So left a couple points on the table, but that's fine. Here comes that big seller again on Tesla. I don't know if it's the same guy or the same company or same gal or what it is, but one of the other stocks I was watching this morning as well, ASML. I haven't pulled it up yet to see what it's doing, but I'd keep a really close eye on that. ASML, them and SMCI are kind of the two, and then you have LAM. What is it? Is this LCRX or LRCX? LRCX, I think. Yeah. So LRCX, SMCI, and ASML. I'd be keeping an eye on all three of those. Remember we were talking about bundles not too long ago? Was it like maybe 3-4 weeks ago? Bundle up stocks, obviously do it your own way if you want, whatever. But look, like if it were me, take, let's say, NVIDIA, right, as a semi name, pair it with like maybe 2 other ones that I would say, put in the same bucket. And then find the ancillary ones, so like an AMD, an MU, QCOM, right? And put them in kind of a bucket, right? And if you put them in groups of 3, what you'll see is there's usually going to be a winner and a loser in those equations. And then sometimes you'll find correlations in those bundles to trade them in pairs. So like, we talk about, let's say, for example, if you say solar, what's the first company you think of? No wrong answer. But if you think of solar stocks, what is it? Anybody? FSLR. Perfect. So what would you say pairs well with FSLR for solar? Yep. Paul, same answer. Yep. What would you say pairs well with that? ENPH, exactly. So that's a couple, but then you could have a third one, say for example, in alternative energy space. So something like a Bloom Energy, right? Now, are those tightly correlated? Are they all in solar? Maybe, right? Two of them are solar, but Bloom Energy is definitely using, natural gas, and then creates cleaner energy, right? But you need to buy like their whole setup. It's a great company. But point being is, if you see all of them behave together the same way, correlation is not causation, right? But it's important to note when you're putting in those bundles, obviously do whatever you want, but I like to keep an eye on, say, for example, Lam Research, ASML, and SMCI. I put those in a group or a bundle. And the reason is when I see ASML take off like it did because it got some decent news overnight, right? What did SMCI do? Pull that chart up right next to it. Lam Research, not so much, right? If you look at the two big names, for foundry purposes, there'd be a third one. Anyone could guess this one. And they got approval to build a bunch of places here in the US. Any guesses? The name of their company is another country. Or I suppose, I don't know if they're a republic. I don't know what to call it these days. Taiwan Semi? TSM? So here's what's interesting. Let's actually pull those two up if you guys want to follow along real quick. So ASML and TSM. Pull those charts up side by side. And what you'll see is right at the open, people thought, oh man, ASML is up. That means TSM is going to launch. Goes straight up and then sells off. ASML is now trying to get back to that, 731 area. It's at 736 now. But if it starts to retest those highs from yesterday, where do you think it's going to go? Lower or higher? And these are the kind of things like, yeah, Rick, you got it. Yep. But like, look at like I'm looking more broadly. Look, AMD got absolutely just pulverized in the last, I don't know, 3 weeks, 2 weeks. It wasn't too long. I should pull it up so I get the timing right. Well, let's just see right here. So in October 29th was at 169. Let's go more recent. Let's get into December. Actually, right here. So 151, what was that? November 8th. Okay. And then it was at 144 for a while, all the way up until, I'll call it December 6th. So 10 days. 10 days, it dropped 20 points. Let's see what the cost of that move is. 15%. So I don't know if you guys remember me talking about, I've anticipated a 5 to 6% pullback in markets. Look, boy, was I wrong, right? We're rallying higher. I still think it's possible, but maybe they're just going to chop it up into sessions, like down 2% here, down 2% there, down 2% there. There's your 6%. But we're finding buyers everywhere, right? But when you look at a name like AMD down 15%, or even worse, NVIDIA, same timetable, December 5th. I suppose. It's about the same, 13%. I guess pretty significant impact to not only market capitalization, but I think realistically, look, NVIDIA has a anchor VWAP down at 124.62. Since we broke that 130 level, 128.73 was a potential, hit the brakes. But 130, big psychological level. As soon as we broke that, like we haven't been playing in that campground for a while. So where's the bottom? Is it 120? Is it 124? 123? 122? 102? I mean, I don't know. They're definitely on my shopping list, though. To add to long-term holdings. I already own some NVIDIA long-term, but I want more of it. Guys, keep an eye on AVAV. AVAV. Still have a little position on Tesla. Paid ourselves 2 points. Now let's see if we get some follow through. Be awesome to see a 468. We'll see. All right. Anybody else looking at something? So I'm gonna take a look at it real quick. Think I might call it. AMD still doing well. We're printing there. Free money now. I'd like to see a 126 ideally, but horseshoes and hand grenades. If we get anywhere near it, I'll probably get paid on that one. In fact, take a tiny chunk right here. Good enough for me. 12583. Sure. Okay. That. What's going on here? All right, y'all. Well, listen, it's been a day, a great day. Hopefully, so those trades worked out, learned a thing or two. That's what we're here for. Do you know what that means? I'll see you all tomorrow at the open. Appreciate y'all. Seriously, appreciate each and every one of you. Michael, thanks for being here for such a long period of time. We hope to have more and more traders like you. And shout out to you for kind of living the trader's lifestyle, right? Part-time in Thailand. Hopefully, when I go to Thailand, I'll come stop by and pay you a visit. But appreciate y'all. Have a phenomenal afternoon and evening. Trade safe. Look at your heat map. Notice that most markets right now across the board are red. Just be cautious if you're planning to go long anything. Make sure that you have the right setup. Make sure you're trading with odds in your favor. That's what we're here to do. Not here to gamble. We're here to make money. So appreciate y'all. See you tomorrow.